Good evening, everyone. This is probably a new sight for most of you. Rather than Lima being in the chair tonight, it is my turn to be DM. So, yeah, adjust your eyeballs to all this. So, happy Halloween, everyone. As you can see, I have came tonight as teenage distress and depression. So, yay for creativity. Rather than our usual episode of Minor Illusion, we are going to be diverting a little bit this evening and doing something a little different. Rather than joining Van Zandt Mantra, I've forgotten Justin's character's name, or Aaron and Lima as your DM tonight. You're stuck with me, Mr. Slona, as your DM for this evening. And our lovely normal cast will be joining us shortly for something different, Escape from Everhyde Manor. And as you can probably hear, I've got my little co-host in the background. Eh?
Mommy.
Eh?
Yep.
What you wanting, buddy?
I think we want this one.
Okay, buddy, you gotta go and sit down. He's camera shy. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce everybody. We're not gonna bother with our intro this evening since we have something different planned, so it doesn't feel fitting to have the Minor Illusion logo coming on. So, let's go ahead and see what everyone else is dressed up as for Halloween. And there we are. Oh, so many lovely faces. So, Doom, what have you came dressed up as this evening?
As 3 characters.
Right.
Me, myself, and I.
Well, you gotta give it to him for creativity. Sorry, I do apologise. The joys of having a young child that's still awake at the beginning of stream. I have to play DJ for him and his demands. So hopefully that will keep him quiet for a bit. Justin?
Yes.
What's the banned word for tonight?
Do not say my name.
And are we doing charades to guess what your name is?
If you can't tell by the green and the big black eyes and the fuzzy hair, then I would be worried. But Beetlejuice.
Excellent. I'm loving the wig. And Liv, I know that you haven't been feeling very well lately. It's so we're going for the nice sort of cozy vibe tonight. Solidarity on that because I am freaking knackered. And last but not least, Lima, who seems to be dressed up as the existential dread void.
Oh, no. It is I, Van, the evil paladin. With my trusty claw of injustice, I will smite my foes who disrespect me, my goddess Tiamat.
I will live
don't...
up to those expectations. No problem.
Not gonna lie, I'm impressed about how you've managed to get the headphones and the mask to work together there.
It's hot in here right now.
Is it?
I'm not going to be wearing this to the stream. I actually need this off. This is so hot.
Right, okay. Well, in that case, we'll quickly do our sponsors then, and then... Ah! It's hideous! Put the mask back on! Oh, thank God I got away with that one. He didn't hear me.
I heard that.
Damn it.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
nice,
forget.
Lima costume, Pan's hands.
I know, right?
Yeah. So lifelike.
Well, I just came up with a great costume that I'm surprised that someone hasn't done on me yet. I'll let you know this one, because as we know, everybody loves Critical Role, and I'm surprised that nobody's decided to dress up as Sam Riegel with a t-shirt of their DM's face on it.
Give it time.
We're just waiting for the perfect screen grab at this point.
Hmm.
It's anyway, I think what we'll do just now is we'll go ahead and we'll get our sponsors out of the way, and then we will dive into tonight's probably one of two, possibly three one-off short stories for Everhyde Manor. So first things first, since I'm in the captain's chair, for lack of a better word, I'll go ahead and do my sponsor first, which is of course the lovely MS Society. It's something that we've talked about a lot on this channel, and as I'm yous have probably twigged on by now, I'm not so well in the head. So mssociety.org.uk has lots of information about ways that you can get involved with fundraising, find out more about the condition, and ways that you can help friends that may be impacted by MS manage. It does change from person to person, day to day. No person's MS is the same as another person's. Quite recently, actually, Selma Blair had announced her MS, and actually had to bow out of Dancing with the Stars after being halfway through the competition due to a flare-up. So, the more you know. So, yeah. That is all for my sponsorship. Lima, I believe you have our other lovely sponsor.
Oh yes, indeed. We've got actually a couple of things for you to check out down below on our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/SolarLimaBeings. We have a couple of panels at the bottom, just below the video stream. First off, join our Discord community, where we are growing our community to include. Yes, I do see this. Join our Discord community, where you can help grow our gaming community as it begins to take on new games and new people come in. We've got a few more people have been joined recently. Some people have actually jumped into other games that you have not played before through our community. And there's more to grow, more games to add. It's a safe place to play. Check it out. Also, we've got our Genki extension for your browser. Download and install that. Make sure it's enabled when you go shopping, because you may find an opportunity. Yes, I can see this for now.
I apologise, you're probably going to
throw me
see.
off. So you can use this Genki add-on to.
The Genki add-on to what?
Genki add-on to help support our stream. As part of your checkout process to allow you guys to basically support us without paying anything additional into what you normally pay for your purchase. We also have our merch store, which we hope to be adding some new content soon. We have a few ideas in place, but not yet implemented. But we hope to have something quite fun, exciting that me and Justin will be working on. Also,
Wait, what?
oh yeah, remember we've got some artwork that we got done, and we might do some expansion on that there. Oh, it will be a lot of work done by you. You've done most of the work already.
I was like, wait,
sure
well, I've
there'll
got
be a
more work to do.
nothing too much.
No, of course not.
We're having our meeting now about this.
As everyone can tell.
And join us on Saturday for round 3 of IGP. I think we're in. Not sure actually where we're going to be, but we'll check it later. Also, and join us back here next week for more Dungeons and Dragons. Back onto the main campaign, where the party of Lunar Eclipse meet an old.
Jack, you're going to have to sit and watch that one for now.
So, Luna.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've always wanted to say what comes up next.
I'm not doing the intro, but rather I wasn't going to do the intro, but apparently I've got my arm is being twisted right now.
No, you don't have to do the intro. You can just start the whole session and get it all going.
Well,
I mean, this is a big moment. This is you
as a
declaring the
cast.
game is on.
Hmm?
I want to try.
Okay, I'll go ahead and roll the credits despite my previous objection. Since
I want to try.
you want to try what, buddy?
I want to try pizza. Try it.
You want to try my pizza?
Try mine.
I never get a moment's peace in this house. I really don't. Honestly,
You're
look
gonna
at,
have a mud piece as well.
look at this little scavenger. Yeah. It'll be because I've got sweet corn on this pizza. I swear to goodness. I tell you what, let's roll the credits and then get into tonight's session of D&D. Yep.
Back to session camera.
My apologies, I thought it kind of defaulted automatically, and I'm kind of still like at the mercy of like a child demanding Thomas, but I'm viewing on the wrong video of Thomas apparently. Again and again and again. So hopefully this is the right one and I can get more than 5 minutes peace. If you see the majority of like the next hour of it being just my stomach, I apologise profusely, but the needs of the child come before everything else. So,
Enduring my pain.
Hmm?
Enduring my pain.
yes, I am enjoying your pain, except that he tends to leave you alone most of the time. So, well, he'll just sit like and like behave himself for the vast majority. So,
True.
uh,
Right, I'll deal with him. You get started.
I remember when I used to like get excited about him saying that, and now it's potentially my worst nightmare. So,
Oh.
in terms of tonight's session, so setting is about 1890 in a far and distant place. Each of you have been invited to stay the weekend at Everhyde Manor by personal invitation of Lord and Lady Everhyde. Nobody has seen the Everhydes in a good 2 decades, roughly, following the tragic death of one of their children. However, the Everhydes hold a very high position of power and influence in society. A personal invitation from them holds high regard. Each of you are fairly high in your respective fields, and nobody has been invited to Everhyde Manor in years and years, so for you to receive this invitation is one of the highest honours. You've been asked to come discreetly without telling many people that you're coming, and you feel that that's probably out of respect for the family if this is them reintegrating into society given the tragedy that has happened before. Each of you arrive at the manor, and you notice that while the gardens are maintained for the vast property, there's a lifelessness about them. You notice a kenku tending to one of the trees outside. But alas, evening is rolling in, and each of you arrive one by one and are ushered through to the dining hall. You don't notice the Everhydes sitting at the table, but staff are offering you drinks and serving your meals as normal. Shall we go around the table and introduce ourselves? Who would like to go first?
Why don't we?
can.
Okay, ladies
Oh, you were
first.
going to say roll?
I was going to say, why don't we let the ex-DM do it first?
Oh.
Oh, you want me to set the tempo? You want me to set the... Oh. So, just to double check, because I did step away, are we already in the manor in the...
You have
Yeah.
arrived in the
I'll
manor and
describe my character.
you've been guided through to the dining room for drinks and food.
Standing or sitting?
Sitting.
Sitting, okay. So, as you see before you, quite large. When you were standing and walking among you, you did see a 6'7" silver dragonborn in dress robes, but still holding a sheathed longsword and a shield in his stead as well. Yellow eyes bearing around, and as he senses and sniffs the air and surveys each one of you. He cocks to one of you, just keeps staring, and moves to the next. So, my name is Draftas. Who are you?
Draft us. Roll a perception check for me, please.
That is an 18.
When you sniff the air, you notice that there's a kind of musky, damp scent in the air. Like the manor has almost been abandoned and has been readily been made presentable for guests. Something smells slightly off, but again, given the fact that the Everhydes have not been seen publicly, it's not exactly out of the norm for this kind of situation.
I'll go around to me now, I guess. So across, you see a 6'1" Eladrin, which not overly common here, but there's something kind of odd about her, since she's quite old, but she doesn't look it. Like most Eladrin live up to 300. Some of them are known to go past 1,000s. But she's got really overly skinny legs and a sort of wispish thigh. She's wearing what looks like designer clothes, and you just have this sort of feeling that she's looking down her nose at everyone. And just turn around and have a quick look around, not really paying much attention to the people at the table. After hearing, I can't even remember your character's name now, but that suits my character. She just replies, "You've not heard of me. Kithmira. The place does look drab."
Smoke it. I thought it would be one of you. Looks to the other two.
But we shall see the outcome of the evening.
Well, Dragonborn, it's probably your mouth that's too close to your nose. But hey, who am I to say? Name's Reinhardt. Nice to make your acquaintance. And you?
You're not describing your character?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say I've got pale bluish skin, but not like unhealthy looking bluish. It's like a blue hue.
I'm just a normal human, mid-50s, pale skin, and that's it. With a mustache.
It's a porn star.
Not yet.
I mean, you'd be surprised.
Past that.
Okay.
Okay. And lastly,
What you see before you is a Lightfoot halfling standing about 3 feet tall. His kind of overall present, how he looks well kept, looks neat. He is wearing essentially what looks to be like a black suit with a cloak over him, and has about brown hair that falls to about there. Nice, well kept. And he's just having a look around, seeing what he sees. He's not gonna say very much. He's just gonna have a look around and watch.
would you mind rolling a perception check for me since you're having a look around?
Gladly. That's fucking massive. Shit. 32.
Okay, very little is getting past you today then. Okay, so
I've got plus 13.
you all notice above the fireplace in the dining room there is a picture frame with a tarp over it, but you in particular notice through the tarp that there's bits of canvas that are just kind of protruding into the tarp and going out, almost as though it's kind of like been scored and like ravaged almost. and you can see that the tarp's been put up in a sort of hurried way. It doesn't really sit properly on the frame, so you can see a little bit of wood that's exposed, and you can see that it's very splintered, very like y'all ravaged, as though it's been specifically attacked almost. You also see on the in the middle of the table, you notice a little sort of centerpiece, but it's laid out in a very particular way. It's almost like a little diorama of somewhere that you recognize. I shan't go into more detail than that at the moment, though.
Okay.
Okay, so your main meals are presented to you by the staff of Everhyde Manor, so butlers and maids that are clearly catering the weekend for the masters. But the heads of the table where you would assume that Lord and Lady Everhyde would sit, the seats are vacant, and the staff don't seem to be putting any food at their places on the table. Would
So,
anyone like to
no
converse
hosts?
among themselves?
Where are the hosts
So
of the night?
sorry.
The hosts. We were invited here, so any hosts around, or
A very sheepish
If there's
butler.
anything,
A very sheepish butler, the sort of leans over as he's serving you the mashed potatoes. I apologise for our host's delay. They shall be joining you this evening. They're
it's
just caught up in some prior business that's ran a little bit long, but they shall be joining you for cocktails shortly. In the meantime, please enjoy this banquet that they've put on while you wait.
one question.
I will. Thank you.
Who
Yes, ma'am?
exactly is preparing this stuff?
Oh, well, our chef, of course. If you would like to pass along any comments, then I would be more than happy to fetch them for you.
Are we able to see the chef?
I can go and fetch him for you if you'd like. Please excuse me just a moment. If you require any drinks or any aperitifs, by all means let my companion know. And this sort of impish little butler just scatters off through the door to what you can clearly see as the kitchen, and returns with a dryad, so a sort of wood-like creature, then quite clearly done in professional cooking chef attire. He comes through following the imp and joins the table. Is everything to your satisfaction this evening?
I was just hoping that whomever was preparing the food would be somewhat more trustworthy, and I'm glad to see that is the case.
Oh, thank you very much, my good lady. I do hope that the meal is to your satisfaction, but by all means, if there's anything that I can do, perhaps your palate would prefer a different flavour, or perhaps you have a specific dietary request, by all means, please let me know.
Will do.
I will keep you updated.
Yeah, certainly. And he just kind of gives a short bow and then returns back to the kitchen.
So, I've got two names, but I think I missed the last name. Your name was?
Kolos.
Colas. Coleslaw. Okay, Colas. Colas. Colas.
I've just put an entire chat for you.
Colas.
Koros.
Anyway, well, with your perception, you did notice that Daphast literally looked straight at you as you said your name.
Okay.
A little bit of a realization in his eyes.
Coros.
Okay.
Intriguing.
Already.
So, any other dinner conversation?
I think I think I would be staying quiet when I clock the Dragonborn. Can I give me a keen eye there?
Do I sense some drama?
You saying that out loud?
Yes.
What?
We have a shit stirrer in the group, it seems.
And behind me, there's a standing shadow, just standing there.
Okay. Oh. I'm assuming if no one's going to converse with anybody, then
You're all too scared, I think.
seems to be that way.
Who are you more aiming that towards?
Just generally,
Liv.
if anybody wants to. Oh, sorry, Liv.
I was just waiting for someone to deem worthy to converse with.
Oh, another one that thinks that she's higher than the rest. Ah, always the same. Always thinking they're better than any of us. But, yeah.
Well,
Oh
to
no,
be-
this one's so much worse than my trust.
and I am saying
But anyway.
I am saying this out loud. Well, to be fair, you all are a hell of a lot taller than me.
Yeah, we noticed.
That is true.
Shorter.
So it's not very hard. Tails.
Well, you
What is your job?
come again?
I like making music.
Cute.
Indeed.
And yourself?
It reaches a stage where one does not keep jobs, for they are not worth the time that they take. True wealth is not measured in how
What do you want,
much
buddy?
effort you put into making it. That's for like the middle class
What do
and
you want?
lower
Do you want
class
Spider-Man?
peasants.
He does actively make the face.
Apologies.
Like
But
he
it's the
doesn't-
thrill of acquiring it. That's also important.
Yes, but you can trade countries, you can trade large corporations.
What's the fun in that?
Passive income.
Trading, passive income. There's no thrill in that.
When money becomes no object and you have what you need, that is when you
Ah.
enjoy.
But not everything can be bought with money.
I know.
What's your opinion on this, Draftless?
Why do you think I am here? Not everything can be bought with money, and most things are bought with, well, let's say, a fine deal and some goods. Cooperation. You see, I like to serve for people to an extent.
As do I.
At least I have managers that do that at least.
She probably has. And I look at Koros. Probably hadn't worked a day in her life. Huh.
He just shrugs.
And I'll start reading a book.
That's
And,
polite
well,
of you.
that is that book.
Hmm?
It is that book that I am reading.
I see. Do you want me to kick in now, or?
Feel free whenever.
Since I can do this without looking at the screen for very much, just like, oh, you're so antisocial. Seriously, do you realize how huge an opportunity this is? Nobody gets invited up here, and yet here you are, of course, reading everybody to filth while reading a book. Honestly, like,
Do we hear this?
Yes.
He-
Honestly,
Darth just
put me
turns
back.
around and just looks directly at.
The book.
Here.
Put me back
No, he's
in your
looking
hand.
directly at you, Keith Maya, and he's watching you, not seeing move your lips. And he's like,
The book continues.
Well, the hosts are not out yet.
That doesn't excuse rudeness,
Next page.
honestly. Don't you turn the page on me. Honestly, you know better. How many books on etiquette have you read? Honest to goodness. And what is that? What is that? I smell smoke. Is somebody smoking in here? Who is smoking a pipe? Put me back in your handbag this instant. I do not want to get secondhand smoke. Do you know how much that would ruin the edging of my pages? Put me back in your handbag right now.
Quiet, you.
Yeah,
fine
that-
sense.
honestly,
Is
of
there
course.
any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of me?
A million.
I am going to say no. But I don't know whether or not the book counts as celestial
It's
or undead.
awakened,
Ah.
so I think it's probably Fae.
Okay.
A talking book?
Impressive.
Honestly, this is why you don't get invited to places. Just saying.
Would be nice for my
Don't make me put you back in the bag.
I do want you to put me back in the bag. Thank you very much. If this is all,
Next
if this is
page.
all I have to do, get back in your handbag, then I shall continue to make as much noise as possible. Honestly, I can
I
sing as
throw it
well.
into the air and it floats there because it can stay in space.
Oh, you think that this is going to put me off? I will gladly sing as well. All the single pages, all the single pages, all the single pages, all the single pages. Put your binders up.
And I
Let
do
me cast
actually,
a high level spell on it.
and I too just start nodding along with it.
Back at you.
Interesting. Talking book. Lunatic woman.
I have a
40.
6th level spell that would work quite well right now.
Do you want to use it?
Dragonborn.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'll go back to being a character. Remember that spell that I used the other day? Book.
Which one? The one that you used to barbecue your servants, or the one that you used to drench the bitch that had the same outfit as you on for that high tea?
What about the one that I used that made you forget half your magic and become quite silly for some time after you withstood a disintegrate?
The one that reduced me down to a mere address book. You wouldn't dare.
Well, or the one that shut you up for a while.
I will gladly be quiet if you put me back in your handbag.
Now that you have seen my
He's being very noisy.
my companion, I guess.
Hmm?
I suppose I should socialize a little bit more.
Exactly. Now put me back in your handbag, otherwise I'll start singing again. Rah rah ha ha. Want your bad binding.
Not bad.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll be here all evening in the handbag.
I hope so. Not for long.
So while this commotion is going
I
on,
grab the book and I shove it into the bag.
Mutter to myself.
You're supposed to be on my side right now.
remember to have your wait staff.
I mutter to myself, this go to parties.
So As this charade has been going on, the imps have been kind of tidying away the empty plates and cutlery and taking them through to the kitchen. And you start to notice that it's getting quieter. It seems that the waitstaff have kind of scuttered off now and seem to be busying themselves in the back room. They have left you with a full glass of your desired drinks, and they've left a carafe of water and a decanter of whiskey on the table, so you are able to take a little refill. But you've also noticed that it started to get dark outside, like more so than when you first arrived, as though night has fallen. Out of the fireplace that you have all noticed the tarp and the picture frame on, you can see that there's starting to get a wisp of smoke that seems to get larger and larger, despite the fact that nobody has actually lit the fire.
I'm keeping an eye on it.
Intriguing.
From the smoke comes up a mephit. So those of you that are not familiar with mephits, they're essentially like almost like elementals, except a good deal smaller. So
Should we
From-
dismiss this smoke? And I start pulling out my spellbook, ready to cast a spell.
starts
You can
getting
try to
like
blow at it.
starts getting large enough that it's about maybe 3 foot with coal black eyes. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Everhyde Manor. My master trusts that you've been enjoying your evening so far, and would like to extend his warmest greetings to each of you individually, as you have been invited for judgment for the following crimes. It takes out a little scroll and starts
I
reading.
believe you have a wrong guests.
Starts
Judgment?
ignores each of your mutters and starts reading aloud. Sir Reinhardt, you stole a valuable and priceless piece of art from a gallery that was to be used in negotiations for returning valuables from a neighbouring kingdom. In doing so, not only did you gain ill profits, but you swayed the tides of negotiations to make sure that no resolution ever came to be between these nations.
Not my problem.
Notice that Dathan begins staring straight at Reinhardt with a clear displeased and disapproving look.
Typical Dragonborn. Always think they're better than the rest.
Kolos II, you blackmailed Lord Tavisham into relinquishing his land and home, leaving him destitute and selling the land to a corrupt govern.
I do
don't
not
know
need
what-
to be around guests
At
like
this-
this.
At
And I
this point,
start to get up.
Kolos, at this point, Kolos, you recognise that the diorama that's the centrepiece is actually a model of the land that you gained from that blackmail extortion.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you want me to roll a deception check?
You can save your checks for later. It's not the method that you have to convince.
Oh, I'm meaning to the rest of them.
Dathtrus, that by error of judgment you aided a demon in its escape from a village and murdered 9 innocent people in helping it.
Ooh,
Oh,
from a
Stands
paladin.
up.
We have a killer amongst us.
Kithmia, you burned down an orphanage, leading to the death of 17 children and 3 matrons that were still inside the building that you did not check before destroying.
Well, murderer? And I look at her.
That cannot be correct. And when
rolls up-
do you suppose that this happened?
It rolls up the scroll and puts it into the fireplace below it. My master will see to judging you for your crimes. I, however, am just a messenger. Enjoy your
Okay,
stay
then.
here. And it just evaporates into the air.
Interesting. So, 2 killers and a blackmailer. Not too bad.
And a thief
Yes. At least I didn't kill anybody.
that you know of.
You stole something of cultural
Yes.
value.
Yes, and you? How many did you kill? Children?
Nobody.
Cultists.
Excuses. Excuses. Lives
I
were
did not
taken.
kill anybody.
I took an item. No harm done.
I didn't
Nice
do
in
what
my
you're saying.
villa. No, probably not. You're the only one that's done nothing what they said. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I may have done plenty of other crimes, but I can certainly say this is not one.
If anyone is able to read minds, you will be able to tell that I am not guilty of what I was accused.
No, of course not. That's what all
At least
innocent
you're not
people say.
feeling guilty.
Hmm?
At least you're not feeling guilty.
Especially
I
you can
have
have
not
feelings.
done what I was told.
But he turns again to look back towards our dear halfling here.
Do you have an issue, my friend?
I have a bounty for you. Or us.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Interesting.
Well, when we leave, you'll be leaving with me.
I can certainly say I won't be doing that.
Ah,
Well, as much as this has been a pleasure, I do not exactly intend to stay in a room full of criminals. Farewell.
says the biggest child
Kill Black.
murderer around.
Kithia, as you stand up to leave, you can hear the laughter of a child. Starts off faintly at first, but it starts growing in volume until it starts echoing through the room. You can all hear this, but she notices it first.
What is this noise?
Oh,
Yeah,
probably
notice it
Everton kids
when
did not have a
you...
child, did we?
You know,
Probably
when
children you
Kithia was
burned.
beginning to leave, you did notice that Jatan. Oh my god, I can't say my name anymore. Actually took the hilt of his weapon. And then he starts looking around in the laughter.
I bring out my crow familiar.
Can we
Actually,
tell?
I don't know if it's a better familiar to have as a fee, but there's not many
You may
selections.
change
it
your
says.
familiar if you'd like.
I never actually added one to my character sheet. So.
It's probably the children she burned to a crisp. Just
Can
an
we
idea.
tell what direction the laughter's coming from?
Roll a perception check for me.
Doing the same thing.
Yeah, this one
Same actually.
isn't as high. 15, 16, 17, 28.
16.
15.
Yeah, that passes. You can tell that it's coming down the hall. Like, where you are in the dining room, you passed several rooms, and you can hear it coming from, like, the far side of the corridor.
Well, I don't know about yours, but I am still leaving. I
Ta-ta.
do not feel this was a correct invitation when there was so many people. Unless, like, yous are not at least saying that yous did not commit a crime, so I do not see how we are the same.
No, you're special. You're the only ones that kill children.
I'm the only one that didn't do the crime but was accused.
Of course not.
Can
That's
I
what they all
insight
say.
her?
Yeah.
Yeah, you may.
I don't even need to roll a deception.
Okay, that's.
My character has no charisma, which is also fun.
So that's a 20, 28.
21.
I have a -1 to deception.
Right, so 28
Our
versus.
character genuinely believes that she never killed anyone.
So then it'll be a persuasion check.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would at least tell you that I did not do the crime that was committed. I did not kill anybody.
No, you're repeating yourself. We know that already, but tell something new.
Alright, I got 8 for my persuasion. You know that my character genuinely believes that she didn't kill anyone, but you probably don't believe she didn't burn down an orphanage.
He's just gonna give you a distasteful look like, come on, a fucking orphanage.
How low can you go?
Well, if you're not saying it, she's fine.
Oh, he's kind of giving a bit of a distasteful look and like, really?
What's with the really? Do you not believe me?
Nope, we
Something
don't.
something makes me think you may believe that you've not done it, but I'm pretty sure some aspects of it might be true.
Yeah,
I highly doubt what you're saying.
like you, Shorty, blackmailing somebody for some land.
Oh, if you two are leaving, you and I have a appointment to make.
We ain't going anywhere.
So I want to go to the front door.
I wasn't leaving. I'm just
Okay.
staying here.
Kavea, as you go towards the front door, you can feel that there's a presence kind of resisting you moving forward. There's a barrier almost just in front of the door.
Intriguing.
Well, weren't you going? Ta-ta!
There appears to be some form of barrier. 1 second, I believe I can dispel this. Let's see. I want to see what I am working with first. So. What's the easiest way? Is it a prismatic barrier? Is it...
Tick-tock. Take your time, I would say.
I'm just
So,
watching now.
So, Mr. Dragonborn.
Beef?
Yes? Killer? Nice to meet you. So, you have a bounty for the little one. Interesting.
But good to
How much?
know that you are a thief.
Yes,
I'd take you
I
both,
am.
but I know that will be a hard duty for myself, unless you both are willing to wear manacles.
Willingly manacles. I doubt that. At least I didn't kill anybody.
That you
Can't
don't.
be said for you.
I'm sure if I call in some inquiry, I'm sure there'll be something of concern with your name.
Probably.
If
But I
you,
doubt
I
it.
was sure I had a spell that let me see with true sight.
Like a very high level. Safe or something.
Yes.
And shall I help out for a moment?
It's probably her age and the brain not working.
Book.
I'm guessing you have a book, so
That
do
was
I
a
have the
DM
spell?
me, but I really should try and do a
Oh.
voice. I really should try and do a voice for the book, shouldn't I?
Well, give it a wee Minnie Mouse voice or something.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
Come out of this book!
What seems to be the problem?
Book. Can you go closer to the door? Because you cannot go through physical objects, but you can go through creatures.
I mean, if you put your handbag closer, I can't just fly out of the bag.
No, like one of the features of the book spell thing is it can fly through creatures but not objects.
Ah, I see. Right. Okay. Up we go.
Let's manifest mind.
Ow. That's not funny. It
What
just
do you
backs
mean?
up, just like. You're not usually one for pranks. So I fail to see why putting a massive plane of solid glass in front of me and telling me to fly forward is really in character for you.
Intriguing.
Rastas
Couldn't
gets
you
up
tell it
and
was a
he
spell?
walks over
I'm
to
going to dispel it, I guess.
you both.
Dragon person. You appear to be one of strength, are you not?
Looks around and doesn't see anything. Puts his hand out. What does he feel?
He feels something solid, cold, but nothing that can give away what this barrier is. It doesn't feel like any sort of magic that he's came across before, but it does feel very powerful, almost intentional. There's something gut instinct that's telling you this is gonna be stuck here.
Mommy.
Yeah,
Do
but
you care to hit
Yes,
this?
yes,
When we get
Hit.
out, I could
you have a
give you some
sixth sense for this
funds.
thing, bud.
what?
Hmm.
I mean, I could try dispelling it if it's magical. Or using some
I-
form of anti-magic.
And I have just have my feet on the table, looking at them, trying to.
Is there a
dispel.
window I can see outside?
There is a window, and
I'm going to try
Okay.
face step.
can you do me a favor? Roll a perception check for me.
That's not working well. That's 11.
You see pitch black, but you see almost flashes of iridescent through the black. And you can see that it's kind of like rhythmic, almost like a wave, kind of. So, it's pitch black and dark outside, but this isn't a normal darkness.
Ooh.
There's some magical darkness outside.
Looks
Out of
outside as
character,
well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking for some, probably whoever knows more mechanics. See if I've got an ability that lets me cast a spell one level higher than normal, and I use it on a 9th level spell. What
Still
happens?
9th level.
Yeah, the ninth is the max it is.
Okay.
Goes
Just for a
back to
check.
Goes back to level 1.
Oh yeah.
Oh, level 0 actually, cantrip.
Yeah.
Have a,
I'm going to use the cantrip to cast me.
have a level 0 prismatic wall.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Nice.
Am I not supposed to mention some of the spells I have?
Well, we
Take it
know
a surprise.
I'm not mentioning the other ones then. It looks like we are trapped here to do
that. Oh, really?
this game.
From behind
We'll find
you,
out
all
now.
four. From behind you, all four of you hear. Oh, your trap's all right.
Let's try to look to see who that is.
You turn around and you see an old Kenku, the same one that was tending the grounds outside. He's very hunched over as though like his body is starting to fail him in his old age. You can see what was once beautiful black feathers are starting to grey and silver. Some of them are actually starting to bald at certain points. Like you can see like he's definitely like at a sort of end of life stage. It just kind of like shuffles along and goes, nobody leaves the manor. Not until somebody anybody fixes what's happened here.
And
What's
that
his
is?
facts?
What's happened?
I can't tell you. We're all bound.
Bound.
Find what went wrong here, and you get to go. If you don't, by the end of the weekend, the cycle starts again.
Cycle?
New visitors. Countless. Hundreds, I don't know. He's been doing this for years now. He's not well. Fix what happened.
See, while he is talking, I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
When they mentioned what it is we have to fix, and I'm gonna push deeper, which is a Wisdom saving throw against a spell DC of 22.
Okay. So, 2 seconds. And oh yeah, he definitely feels that. You reach into his mind and you get memories of like a lot of stuff, but the main thing that comes to light is you see the destruction of the painting in the dining room. You can see a rather distinguished gentleman. He's done up in his finery, but it's funeral attire that he's been in. So black tailcoats, like the the funeral attire, and you can see him just rip this painting to absolute shreds. But you get a glimpse of the painting before he starts tearing it apart, and on the painting you see 5 individuals. The head of the household, a beautiful woman sat beside him, blonde curled hair. The man of the household done up quite distinguished, little monocle, and 3 children. A little girl with brown ringlets, can't be any older than about 8 years old. A little boy, cherub-like face, blonde, blue-eyed, cute as a button, can't be any older than about 4. And one that doesn't look quite right, her features aren't very clear, and it looks like the artist has kind of made it up without actually looking at the subject, because things don't quite match up, the eyes aren't aligned, they don't quite match, and it seems as though the artist has gone over the girl's skin tone multiple times. A girl that's clearly about 13, but she looks down as though she's not wanting to be in the portrait. You see the
Okay.
destruction of that painting, and then that's it. Memory done. The Kenku is clearly distressed and just exhausted at this point.
I believe once I've pushed in deeper, they would know that I've done so.
Yep.
Or they know someone done so.
Yeah. He's very well aware that it's been you, but he doesn't question it or he doesn't challenge it. He just looks at all of you again and goes, figure out what happened, try and find a way to fix it. We can't do this anymore.
I'm
I
just
look
gonna
towards Gifmia. And he looks back to the old man. And what happens to the other guests?
Horrible, horrible things. And he kind of motions you to look outside the window. He snaps his fingers like very, very slowly, but he eventually manages to thingmate. And the black wave that you see starts to slow down, and you can see that it's actually a barrage of crows circling the manor. As they come to a stop and roost, you can see that on the grounds of the manor, it's actually littered with graves all around the manor.
Pulls his weapon from his sheath and his shield. Says, "Where is he?"
You won't be able to get to him right now. Believe me, many have went directly for him. That's how those two
I walk off
perished.
and I look for a set of stairs.
You find
Dragonborn, isn't it wise to wait and find out all the information first instead of running in
We
blind?
have all the information I need. We have a mass murderer among us.
as you
And I'm
start
not
to walk
surprised.
off, you can hear the laughing again of a child.
He ignores it and moves on. Heads to the stairs.
I'm intrigued. I may pay attention to this. And my book follows you up the stairs.
The
He looks
Kenku
behind
kind
him
of
as he's walking up, and he just, yeah.
the Kenku calls after you. I highly recommend that you speak with Winston first. He's very knowledgeable.
Who's Winston?
You'll find him. And he just kind of like starts walking off.
Before he leaves, I'm going to say thank you for letting me do that.
He looks it back and goes, "At least you're trying." Many ignore the warning. Those are usually the first ones to perish. Snaps his fingers and the crows start their circling of the manor again.
Yeah, still climbing the stairs.
Okay.
My book can telepathically share what it sees and hears without me needing to take an action. So that's why the book is following you up.
Okay. So, as the two of you are starting to go up the stairs, you reach the top step and you immediately feel cold. Like very, very cold.
Normal.
You can see that on one side of the hall there seems to be a door that's ajar. Purposely left open almost. And down the other side, you see all the doors are closed.
Move towards the ajar door.
I'll just turn around to the other two people and go, "You should really see what this dragon person is doing."
I don't think he's really being that smart. He's running in half-cocked.
Well, he can't hear us just now, but he does appear to be the sort of British type. Runs after his sword.
So do all
I should
four
have
of
a
you
seat
go
while
up?
I watch.
Do all four of you go up?
I'm waiting with the other two, and I just cast the cantrip hover, and just hover while sitting, just cross-legged.
No, I'm staying in the kind of dining area, but I do have my hand under my cloak, potentially grabbing my instrument, just in case something goes awry.
Right, okay. So, Drathas, you're going up to the door that's ajar?
Indeed. I have.
Okay. You look in and you see that it's not quite what you expected. It seems to be some sort of music room. You can see a piano, a metronome, a harp. It seems to be some sort of practice room. But you do feel a very cold presence in here when you go in. When you go in, you can hear what seems to be like a high din, but the longer you're in that room, the higher it gets and the more shriek-like it becomes, until eventually you realize it's screaming.
Can I see where? Can I try and find where it's coming from?
Sure?
23.
You can't pinpoint a direct source of the screaming. From what you can tell, it's coming from all around you. Then you catch a glimpse of your reflection on the glass of the window. Your face is covered in blood spatter, only for a moment, and then it flashes away, as does the screaming. It falls completely silent.
I'm gonna walk over to the piano. Going to rest the back of my hand onto it, and I'm going to cast Cantrip.
Right.
Light.
The piano. Sorry, what were you going to say afterwards?
Illuminates the piano with a 20-foot range of brightness and 24 feet of dim light.
Okay, so the piano is illuminated, and you still can't see anything else out of place in the music room.
Oh, I forgot to say, my spellbook illuminates dim light within 10 feet of it. Just for Lima's knowledge. Like, that's just a thing about it. I can't hide it in that way.
That's fine. Anything else I can see in this room of interest?
You notice a metronome that's sitting on the piano. It's a little different to other metronomes that you've seen. There's sheet music strewn around the place, and one bit of music in particular, it's signed by the composer, and it seems to be like the most recent thing that's been played in this room. When you look at the piece of music, you see that it's signed Lady Rosette Everhyde.
Give the room one more look. Take a mental note of Lady Rosetta Everhyde. And proceed to leave.
Found anything, Mr. Dragonborn?
There's some creepy noises.
Are you scared now?
Oh, not a thief who runs.
No, you're a murderer. Well, hey, who's counting the dead bodies? Not me.
The only counting you'll be doing is your days in prison.
We'll see about that. Let's first try to escape this little endeavor we're in. Seems we have to work together to get out of this place, otherwise we're stuck here, well, seems for eternity. So yeah. Anything in particular in that room, or?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing of relevance.
Okay then. You're not lying. We'll see.
Okay, so You're going to keep that little detail to yourself then?
He's
Of what
not
you
thinking the
found.
name's any relevance to the name of the person's known.
Okay. Right,
What-
so coming
what
back
I-
downstairs.
Nope, he continues down the hallway and continues looking at different rooms. He's not
Well, I think
being
my
subtle about it as
character's going
he's
to go towards
stomping
the
to the next
laughing
door.
child.
I'm following the big dragonborn.
So they move
It's
to the next
upstairs.
door, and I'm going to tiptoe and open the door.
You
I'm
open it
sticking with the
and
elf.
you open it and it's a child's bedroom.
Just go ahead in and have a look around.
You can see that this child is either not very appreciated or is very minimalist. There's not a lot in this room. There's a dressing table and mirror, a bed, a few books on a shelf, but that seems to be it. The only other thing of note has been just a easel, but there's nothing there. No canvas, no paint, nothing.
Hmm. And I pop my head in. Interesting.
When you pop your head in and you look at the easel, you get a flash of the piece of art that you stole. You can see it there, and the expression of the gentleman that was painted on there makes eye contact with you. You feel a shrill, like, pain jolt through you, and then as soon as you see it, you blink and it's gone.
Mr. Dragonborn, did you see that?
What? I just see a bedroom.
No, there was a painting with a man staring at me.
Looks towards you. Oh, this is a child. I take it it's now gone as well.
Yep, you never saw it to begin with.
I mean, the child's bedroom, that's all.
Yeah, the child's bedroom.
Was it now?
No, it's still the child's bedroom. He's
Right, okay,
just
so it's
talking
always
about
been
the
built.
easel. He saw.
Okay, okay. So the what I saw is
You just saw
the
an empty
bedroom.
easel, nothing in it.
Okay, so I think this place is trying to confront us with our endeavors, I would say.
As you two are looking in this room, you hear footsteps of what sounds like a child run by. But when you turn around, there's nothing there. But you can still hear the echoes of giggling from downstairs.
Downstairs, did me and the halfling have any luck when we were following the laughter?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise that you two were falling in laughter. You guys managed to go down the hallway and you pinpoint the door where the laughter is coming from.
With that stop running around and I don't see anybody, I will now cast at first level and maintain concentration on detect evil and good.
Okay. I'm gonna pause you right there, and we will be right back after a short interval to get the wee man to bed so I can actually focus on double checking what things actually do. So, by all means, like, y'all go and get a refill of your drinks, go and get a little snacky snack, because things are about to get spooky spook.
Bio break.
Yep.
Yay!
Bio break, and I better get the little demon to bed. So, we shall be right back in un momento. Welcome back, everybody. We apologise for that slight intermission. So, before the break, we were investigating a music room and a bedroom. Two of our resident tough guys have been shaken a little bit. One has had a audio and visual hallucination. The other has had a visual hallucination. So, seems that a little bit of weight to the truth is coming out. Whereas our other two guests have went down to investigate the source of the giggling, and they've managed to pinpoint it to one particular door. What would you two like to do?
Just before, hearing the noise and after running, he's fallen that direction. Meet up with the rest.
My book is going down the stairs. I'm just causing it to come down, and then it's going to stay next to me for now. Shall we go in?
Ladies first.
Can I listen through the door, see if I can hear anyone besides the giggling? Perception, yeah.
Yep, perception, please.
Fucking massive. Bang on 30.
Okay, so you mostly hear the giggling and laughter of a young boy. You can tell that it's a little boy. But you can also hear an older woman's voice, and it seems to be reading aloud, almost as though it's reading. They're reading a story to a child.
Okay.
If you listen very closely, you can actually hear parts of the story. So the little puppet jumped off of his father's workshop, exclaiming, "I'm a real boy! I'm a real boy!"
I'm a real boy! Okay.
How much do I hear since I see him putting his ear up to it?
You mostly hear the giggling, but you can hear different sort of tones of giggling, like when kids try and stifle their laughter and they can't contain it, especially when somebody tries to make them laugh, just that kind of
Fireballs.
I'll let the elf go in first.
Elf?
I never
Human?
said that out loud, motherfucker.
Hmm?
The Eladrin. The elves.
Eladrin are not elves. They don't even look like elves.
The arsonist.
Okay, I might be talking. Eldrin are a form of elves.
Anyway, you hear the footfalls of a stomping dragonborn, followed by a scared.
Yeah, I'll pop in and
Okay, so you're
I'll
going in
open
then?
the door.
Okay, so as you creak open the door, you can hear a little voice go, "Oh, shh, shh." When you open the door, you can see that everything has that same sort of dusty, almost abandoned-like feel that the rest of the manor has. From the ceiling, you can see that there's marionettes, puppets that are hanging from the ceiling. There's toys strewn around, and there's a rocking chair in the corner. This has clearly been a nursery or a playroom at some point for a child. The rocking chair sways slightly as though somebody's just gotten out of it.
Do I spot this?
All of you can clearly see
How
this.
far away is that rocking chair?
The rocking chair is about maybe 15 feet away from you guys. It's a fairly
Okay,
big nursery.
It might have detect evil and good. Do I sense any of the following? Aberration, celestial, elemental, fiend, fey, and undead.
You sense me.
You already knows that.
Yeah, I mean, you do sense your party mates, but you do also sense a fiend.
You hear a growl.
As you start to growl, I'm assuming that everybody enters into the nursery.
Sure, I'll
Let's see
follow.
what's going on.
Come out, demon!
You can hear a faint tapping, like wood knocking, coming from across from the room, along with a little sort of fluster of giggling again. And you notice that one of the puppets that seems to be sitting on a chest is wearing clothing, like a child's clothing. And as you
Right.
guys
Someone
notice
has been
this,
playing dress up.
as you say that, the puppet looks up and goes, "New playmates!" The puppet jumps down from the cabinet, along with 4 other puppets jumping down from the ceiling, and from the corner, a hag comes into view and goes, "Now, now, children, play nicely. Remember, we've to be nice to our new friends." I'm gonna need all you to roll for initiatives.
Whoa, this is gonna be a big one.
Oh, nice.
13.
Okay.
24.
20.
24 of a natural.
Right,
Nice.
okay.
Your dex is higher, so you'll be going first, no doubt.
What's your dex?
12.
Yeah, mine's 14.
You go first then.
Right, okay. So,
Put, if none of them have 24, put 0.1 into Justin's characters.
Also, if it matters at all for this fight, my character is immune to magical sleep.
right, okay. Good to know then. Excuse me just a minute while I quickly do my initiatives for these guys.
It's a racial, so.
Sounds like a normal elf racial to me.
Maybe.
Not all.
I could be wrong. I got no DMing experience to speak of.
No, not all.
Okay. Okay. So, Justin, you're
Yes.
first.
Yay! See, with the puppets coming towards us,
Mm-hmm.
do they look hostile, or do they look like they just want to play?
They do have a childlike innocence about them for the most part, but as you look at them, they do seem very insistent on playing, like, not like the child that just wants a friend to play with, more like if you do not play with them, then there will be consequences. The largest of all the puppets does seem to be a bit more kinda excited just to play, but the rest of them, they do not look well-intentioned.
Okay. So I did say before I already had my hand on my violin underneath my coat. So he's going to say, well, if you want to play, he just pulls out his violin and just starts playing, seeing if they can get them to dance.
Okay.
That's probably going to be my
Yeah, we've
action.
not
for this
started
one.
fighting yet, so
Yeah.
yeah, makes sense.
So do you want me to roll a performance check?
Yes, please.
Natural 20, so that is 38.
Fucking hell.
Blimmin' heck. Okay, so the largest one does kind of clap along, like, as you're playing, just like, yeah, this is fun. The others do seem a bit more resistant, but they can't help but sort of like sway along to the music. And the hag just seems to put her hand on the largest shoulder, going, "Oh, we do have very nice guests this evening, don't we?"
I know what spell I'm going to be doing.
So
It's going to be a friendly spell because I'm following your lead.
yeah, he's just trying to counteract this just in case. But what he is going to do while playing, he's going to use bonus action to give who is after me. That's the Dragonborn.
Yep.
Would I give the Dragonborn inspiration? No, I'll give it to fucking Kith Myra.
Mia.
Yeah, aye, that. I'm dyslexic, alright? Yeah, I'll give you
Fun club to be
inspiration.
in.
So you've got a 1d12 inspiration.
Cool. I don't know what I'll use it on right now, but yeah, thanks.
Once you use it, I can then pass it to someone else. Saves me using two. But that is going to be, I'm going to stay where I am. I'm just trying to. Yeah, that's me.
Okay. So, our Dragonborn friend. What would you like to do?
With 30 feet of movement, how close can I get to the largest group of them all?
I mean, it's 15 by 15 foot room, so you can go up to any of them that you wish to.
15 by 15 feet, so a 3 by 3 room.
No, 15 feet by 15 feet, so...
Yeah, 3 squares.
That's 3 by 3.
Right, sorry,
Right.
like, I'm getting my measurements
Are you
mixed up.
talking
I'm
about
thinking
15
like an actual thing.
squares?
Yeah, like 15 squares by 15
That's
squares.
huge. That's
Look, I didn't
75
make
feet.
I didn't make a map for this. Just with 30 feet of movement, yeah, you can easily get up to any of them that you want.
How many can I get into melee within 5 feet of me?
You could probably get like 2 or 3 of the carionets in melee range. So we'll
I'll
say
move up to a
3.
position where I can get 3 of them.
Yep.
And I'm going to cast a cantrip, Word of Radiance. I need all of them to make Constitution saving throws.
Constitution saving throws. Okay. Okay, so that's 7,
Fail,
5,
fail,
and a unnatural 20.
success. On the success, they don't take half damage. So for the first 2, they will take the following.
Mhm.
Need a lot of dice for this. That's average. 12 points of radiance damage.
Sorry, 12 or...
12 points of radiance damage.
Alright, okay. Okay, so the third one I was guessing just takes 6 then?
The third one doesn't take any damage whatsoever.
Right, okay, that's fine. So the 2 that you managed to hit they kind of like recoil back and just like ah. And the largest notices this and goes, What did you do to them? Did you hurt my friends?"
How many of these? How many fiends, undeads, etc. am I detecting right now?
You only detect the hag.
Oh,
The hag is
I
the
don't think I
only
get
one
to
that's
specifically know. Actually, no, I do get to see whether the hag is located. So that's fine. I'll look at the hag and go. But that in bonus action wise, I could catch a spell. Actually, cast a spell. Force my spells to not be organized with bonus actions. So nobody's hurt. I do have a lot of bonus actions, so I am going to cast.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? I don't think I have it prepared. Aw. That would have been fun. Gonna drop my detect good and evil and activate Shield of Faith at first level.
Right. Okay. That you finish your turn?
That's me.
Okay. So the hag looks at the two carionets that you've hurt and then looks at you and goes, "Oh, we don't like people that don't play nicely in our playroom. People that can't play nicely get punished." So, with that in mind, she is going to go ahead and cast. Let's see now. Let's go ahead and cast Ray of Sickness on you at level 1. So, would you do me a favour and roll a Constitution saving throw, please?
Is that a disease?
Well, Ray of Sickness.
Yes.
It is. It's technically a spell. It's a poison.
Oh, but in the spell does it mention a disease? In any context?
No.
Nope. Okay. What's the save?
Constitution.
27.
Sorry, did you just say 47?
27.
27. Thank God for that. So I was going to say,
47.
what the actual hell? Okay, yep, you managed to pass on that one. So you are poisoned until the end of your next turn.
I'm still poisoned even though I saved.
Yep. But you're only poisoned until the end of your next turn. You do not take poison damage in addition to that. As in, like, a rolled poison damage.
Okay.
Sickening Radiance, you would roll a spell attack for that, Laura.
Ray of Sickness, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Never fucking mind.
Oh wait, actually I have actually misread the spell. It's because I've went and checked on because it's a con save. It's like, wait a minute. Okay, so sorry about that, my bad.
I'm not poisoned or? What's happening? What's happening?
Okay, so I've just rolled an attack and I clearly missed because that's only a 7. So yeah, you don't take any damage at all.
Okay. And not poisoned.
Yep, not poisoned.
Ha. Bring up my shield. Bang.
We do have some rather interesting guests. Some polite, some rather rude, don't we? Okay, so
Not going to be your concern any longer.
so next up on the initiative order, Kithmia.
I have a friend for you to play with, and I'm going to summon a Fae using my signature spell level of Summon Fae, and it's going to be summoned with a mirthful attitude. So the hag needs to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay,
Hmm.
that is 18.
That is a fail. The
Right.
hag is charmed by me and the Fae for 1 minute. Or until it takes damage, and it'll go.
Immune to
See?
charm.
Good friends. Oh, fuck.
I
Good friend for yous. It still casted it, so. And, I'm just seeing if it attacks this turn. Like, because it can probably tell that she resists it.
She does. She can tell that you're trying to charm her, and she goes, "Flattery gets you nowhere, dearie."
Oh, she makes charm.
Yep.
And then it takes its turn directly after mine, but as a bonus action, it tried to charm. So I'll probably move so I'm not in a direct line of between people. I'll do my bonus action before I do my phase attacks. Oh, actually, I'm going to phase step to next to the hag as a bonus action. And now it needs to make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. And that is a 9, so that'll be a fail as well.
It's scared of me. It is frightened of me. Until the end of my next turn.
Okay, just kind of recoils from
Are
where
you
you've appeared.
sure that flattery will not work?
Flattery definitely doesn't go far with Nanny, but frightening her is definitely going to get you into some trouble, dear.
And now my Fae. 1 second. I need to scroll down to this fucking spell to find it every time. So my Fae is going to attack. It has multi-attack equal to spell level rounded down, half a spell level rounded down, which is 1 attack.
Thank God you didn't cast that at 9th level.
Yep. I only cast it at 3rd level because that's my signature spell level. So my spell attack modifier to hits, so that's a plus 17 to hit. So does a 29 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And 1d6 plus 3 plus spells level piercing damage. And 1d6 force damage.
Okay.
8 piercing damage.
Mhm.
And 4 force damage.
Okay, so a total of 12.
Yes. Well, that's if it's not, immune, resistant, or vulnerable against any type.
So
I'll put a counter for its hit points, just because I don't have a character sheet specific to it.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So, yep, you managed to wallop Nanny, and the largest puppet notices this and goes, "Hey, don't hurt Nanny."
It's the Fae that hit Nanny. The Fae hit it, not me.
But the Fae's your friend, isn't it? That's mean.
I said you should play with a Fae. It's having fun.
And
I end my turn.
okay, so the largest of the puppets is gonna go ahead and it's gonna move up to the Fae and it's gonna whack it with Silver Needle. Just going, no, I don't want to play with people that are going to be mean. So that is a 23 to hit the Fae.
It hits.
Excellent. So let's see now.
It wouldn't have hit if I did it 9th level though.
Sorry, what the heck? Where the heck my d6 is gone? Oh. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, Lark.
What?
Right here.
Show off. Okay, so that is 13 necrotic damage to your Fae companion.
Okay.
And would you mind doing a charisma saving throw
For what?
for the Fae?
1 second. So it's 11 on dice and plus 3, so 14.
Okay, that passes.
If it was a charm, the Fae is immune to being charmed.
No, it's not a charm.
Cool.
But I can't exactly give away secrets.
I know. The Fae has more charisma than me. That's bad.
I mean, you did design your character to effectively be like the most
Negative charisma. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The most antisocial character since Bernard Black. So, little Black Books reference for everybody there. Okay, so next up, our little art thief.
Little, you say? How far is the hack from me?
We'll say about maybe 15 feet, roughly. 20 feet.
15 feet. 15 feet? I'm gonna bonus action. Let me see. Manifest Echo. And I'm gonna put it next to the hag. And then I'm going to attack.
Okay.
Wow, there's already 3 people next to the hag. This is...
Where is my dice? This one. This one. I'm gonna make 3 attacks. So. Let's see. That's 25 to hit.
Okay,
Does that
25 to hit Nanny. Yes, that does.
10, 20, 34 to hit.
34 to hit definitely hits.
And 36 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Okay, so that's I'm just gonna use my dice roller for it. Where is piece of crap. No. So that's 2d6. So that's 2, 4, 6 d6 plus 33 roll. That's 52 bludgeoning damage.
Dang.
Bonk.
And let's see. Can it move 5 feet or not?
Yes.
Or is it against the wall?
No, she's got some space to move.
Okay, then she moves 5 feet because of the crusher.
Okay, so as you bludgeon her, the poor defenseless little old lady, she stumbles back just like, ah! Do you need a
That's
little
it.
bit more
That's
time?
me.
Okay. So the puppets are all kind of shell shocked that you've hurt yeah, you've hurt Nanny in this way. All the little puppets that have just been kind of swaying beforehand now immediately turn on you. So there are 5 in total, and because I'm lazy, I'm going to admit I just kind of split the initiative between the 5 of them. So first one is going to go up to you, and does a 13 hit?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Okay. How about a 26?
That hits.
Excellent. So I'll wait until I've finished rolling for these. Okay, so a 13 again, that's not going to hit. 24?
Yep, that hits.
And 19.
That hits.
Excellent. So,
Oh no, wait. I have it's all with wait. It's disadvantage. With disadvantage. Or
right, okay, so roll a 3 again for a disadvantage. Okay, well that's a 7, so that's not gonna hit. An unnatural 20.
Yep, that hits.
And a
now
25.
Yep, so 2 hits.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the 2 that managed to hit are hitting you with string whip, because you notice that they are like old school marionette puppets. They've got strings on them, so they just kind of
The 2 that who hit?
the 2 carionets that are hitting our art thief here. They just kind of whack with the strings that are still attached to them. There's no like sort of wooden like mechanisms. It just seems to be cut strings. And that is, let's see now, 9, 13. It is 18 damage.
18 damage. Okay.
Okay, with that we're back to the start of the initiative.
Okay.
That's all I'm here right now behind me.
Yep. I am going to, as an action, use, while I'm still playing,
Mm-hmm.
he's going to use the ability called Melody of his violin.
Mm-hmm.
And as an action, I can choose one creature within 120 feet that I can see. Make a spell attack, and on a hit, they take 3d6 psychic damage and have disadvantage on attacks and saving throws until the start of my next turn.
Okay.
I'm choosing Nanny.
Right. Okay.
So 14 plus 14, so that's a 28 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
And it's 3d6. You know what? I never use it because it usually rolls like shit, but since I'm being a bard right now, might as well use it. Okay, 5, 9, 14 psychic damage.
Okay. So yeah, Nanny is hurting pretty badly now.
Bonus action. What could I do as bonus action? I'm just gonna leave it there.
Right. Okay then. Dragonborn, the floor is yours.
Indeed.
You have 5 small, very angry puppets, one large puppet that's getting pretty upset and distressed, and one nanny that is in pretty bad shape.
Indeed.
Hey, Raging.
Right. Let's see if I want to do anything else, but I'm probably just going to go with Old Faithful. Just flicks and bang, and then another Word of Radiance. Con saves, please, for all those within 5 feet.
Okay. So you're within about 5 foot of 3 of the little puppets and Nanny, right?
Yep. I don't know, did Nanny move to me, or?
No, actually, you pushed her away, didn't you? So yeah, she's not
Oh.
within 5 foot. So
Did you do anything to Nanny?
no, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting myself confused. So yeah, just 3 of the little puppets. Okay, so that's a fail. That is also a fail. And 12, I'm assuming, is a fail as well.
Yep.
So all 3 fail.
Nope. So 19 points of radiance damage.
19, 1, 9.
Yep, to all of them.
Okay, so 2 just screech and immediately drop to the floor. You see the life drain out of them. They are completely inanimate. Not a single flicker of life left in them. The other one screeches quite painfully as well, but is still kind of shakily up.
Point my sword towards it. And I'm going to use Harness Divine Power.
Okay, explain to me what that does.
And I regain an expended spell slot, so I am going to give myself back a first level spell slot.
Okay. Absolutely fine. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
That is my turn.
Right, okay. So next up is Nanny. So Nanny's feeling pretty bad, not gonna lie. So let's see now.
So that means I can kill her with a cantrip.
Well,
You say that.
Here, use my sword, just poke her.
I have a cantrip, it hits for 4d10.
It's called Fireball.
Bolt. Yeah.
Well, they both basically have burned objects that fly through the air of fire that cause death.
Okay, so
Fireball of death.
Nanny is pretty pissed. So she's kind of going like, regain her composure and go, I don't like being violent in front of the children, but you force my hand. And she just kind of lunges for you, Kitria. She is gonna go full on claws on you.
Disadvantage. First of all, she's scared of me, and second of all, she has disadvantage by default against me.
Right, okay, so that is a 9 to hit, so I'm guessing that she misses.
Does she move 5 feet away from my...
I was within 5 feet of her.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm guessing that a 9 is a...
Yep. It's a
Dang.
fit miss.
Right, okay. So that's her action expelled. I'll check to see if I'm able to do a spell as well. This is the confusing thing about this character. She doesn't actually tell me what her limits are.
What are you referring to? How many spell slots?
More like whether or not she can do an action and a spell.
Well, spell is an action, unless the spell says it's not an action.
Fair dues. So yeah, that's her expelled or options. So next up would be the target of her attack. Give me it.
Okay. So you say she looks fucked up.
Yeah, like she's definitely not looking her best for a hag.
Okay. And out of interest,
Mhm.
how many would I be able to catch with like a fireball? 20-foot
Remind-
radius.
I was going to ask for the radius. Okay, you could probably catch the hag, Peter, and one of the. Actually, yeah, you could probably catch all of them.
You're also going to catch us as well.
Yeah,
Not
and
me. I've stayed back.
remember, friendly fire is on.
Oh, so 9th level fireball. Cool.
Fuck the rest of you.
Just one.
Does it have to be a fireball?
No. You know what?
You see a silver dragon in front of you.
I know that they're puppets and they're made out of wood, but that's a little bit vindictive.
I'm just going to look at the hag and go, I wonder. You should dance now. And I'm going to cast Infestation. So 25 Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Spoiling the save throw.
Yeah, there's no way that she was getting that.
Okay, so as a cloud of mites, fleas, and other parasites momentarily on a creature within range, a creature must succeed at saving throw, or it takes 4d6 poison damage and moves 5 feet in a random direction if it can move, and its speed is at least 5 feet.
4d6, you said?
Roll a d4 for this direction. Yes, 4d6.
Right, okay.
So I'll roll a 4d6. I'll
Mhm.
get that just now. So
Yep.
holy fuck. Okay, 21.
For fuck's sake.
That's all we hear.
Poor
Isn't it?
fucking nanny.
Oh,
That is getting ragged.
Aye.
21. Wait, out of 46, that was 3 5s and a 6.
Nice.
Oh goodness, the poor woman is like... She's just wanting to watch the children and enjoy like the last couple of years to retirement. And no, you lot just swan in and
Oh yeah, let's see
fucking
what way she
bludgeon
runs
up to
away.
death.
So that's a 1, so she runs 5 feet to the north, if she can.
Mhm. Yep.
Movement does not provoke opportunity attack, and if the direction rolled is blocked, the target doesn't move.
No, she's able to move the 2 feet.
Okay.
Okay. At the end of your turn?
No. That was just my action.
Alright then.
Fuck now.
I noticed she's still okay.
She's
I
still
go,
up. I don't know if okay would describe her, but
Confusing.
she's still up.
So I'm going to disappear and I'm going to face step again into. Is there any point where I can catch multiple of the puppets within 5 feet of me?
You could probably catch the little ones, but
If I was
not
to
Peter.
teleport.
Where are you teleporting
Is
to?
Peter the big one?
Peter's the big one, yeah.
I'll go to some point with the little ones. And actually no, never mind. I'm gonna face step next to Peter. And I would like Peter to show roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That is... Oh, that's actually pretty good. So that is 18.
Okay, it's still a fail. Peter is frightened of me until the end of my next turn. But before I end my turn, I just quickly say finish her when speaking to my Fae friend. And Sylvan.
Right,
And
okay.
I hate the fact that I have to scroll down my spell book to find this spell every time, just to get my stats. So my Fae Spirit is going to attack again.
Mm-hmm.
You can add it to your extra feel like you do with failures.
Yeah, but it changes based on spell level, so it's a bit weird. So that is a 14 plus 17 to hit, so that's it's a big number.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Who's
a
it
31
hitting?
to hit. The hag.
Okay. That definitely hits. Roll your damage.
And okay. 3 plus 3 plus 6. No, sorry, 3 plus 3 plus 3. So that's 9 plus 2 force damage, so 11 total.
She is shakily still up.
Okay, and is there anything else within 10 feet of my Fae?
One of the small puppets, yeah.
As a bonus action, because I summoned it to be mirthful, it's going to try and charm that. Can it make a wisdom saving throw?
I mean, it can, but it's immune to charm.
Okay. Sucks to have 25 DC there and not being any use.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
So-
fine.
Okay, so
I'll just make it fuming next time so it has advantage on attacks. Even though it always hits.
okay, so that you done?
Looking good.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so the like there was a slip of the tongue there. I wasn't meant to actually give you the big puppet's name, but now that's out in the now that's out in the open, Peter the big puppet just kind of looks at you and shakily goes, "I'm not afraid of you. You can't bully us." And
Well, Peter is afraid of me right now.
yeah, but for the purposes of it being a brave little puppet. Yeah, something along those lines. Let's see now. I think our dragonborn friend is nearby, so yeah, he's gonna like puff himself up big and brave and is gonna try hitting you with Silver Needle. So that is a 16 to hit.
And he grabs the shield.
That was that far.
He just kind of like shakily just stands his ground. It's like
He turns towards him and just points the blade directly down to his neck.
yeah, Peter's
Deciding
still kind of squaring you up, just like not afraid, not afraid. And last in our initiative order, Monsieur Reinhardt.
Yes. Am I surrounded by a couple of tiny or small little critters?
At the moment, you do have like the smaller puppets in front of you, like all three of them, since the hag is kind of back with Kemer and Peter's gone for the Dragonborn. So yeah, the rest of them are kind of like scattered in front of you and the bard.
Okay. Then what am I going to do? As a bonus action, I am going to teleport. So I'm going to swap places. My echo gets my location, and I'm going to move to my echo's location.
Someone's an Equinite.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to move up to the hag. With how far is she? 5 feet?
About, yeah, I would say from where you've transported to.
Then I'm going to move 5 feet to her, and I'm going to attack her again. So I'm going to attack 3 times. Up with this one. Yes. That's 25 to hit.
How do you want to finish her off?
I want to smash her head in. Yes, with my maul.
Okay, so as your weapon comes down on her, there's just one final shriek, just like ah!
I turn around to see this and go,
And she just slumps down to the floor, just like this almost black blood congealing underneath her already. And the big puppet Peter just kind of gasps, just like, Annie?
You're next, little boy.
run away, little boy.
No. I'm gonna walk over to Peter, if that's still possible. Yes.
Yeah, you should.
I still have 10 feet movement left.
Unless we're still 15 feet away from the other ones. That's like 15 squares, which is 75 feet.
I have 10 feet movement, so I walk over to Peter, and I'm going to attack him with my... I'm going to attack him. That's a 28 to hit.
Yep, that hits. Roll your damage.
That's 2d6 plus 11. That's 3 and 4, that's 7. That's 18 damage, bludgeoning. And then my third attack. That's 27 to hit. That's for 15 bludgeoning.
Okay, so you've hit Peter pretty badly. He is sniveling, and like, you know how that way that kids cry where they're not actually producing tears, but they are like that ragged breathing, and it's like they're trying to hold back the tears, and it's just like, this isn't fair. Nanny, get up. They're hurting me.
And he also moves 5 feet back.
Okay. Next up is the Carionets. They're obviously really freaking ticked off that like Nanny's down, but you're also really ticked them off with the fact that you've hurt Peter. So one of them is gonna approach the Dragonborn and is gonna try to...
One that's moving away from my shadow.
Yep.
Opportunity attack.
Okay.
That's 30 to hit.
Yep, that definitely hits.
That's well, that's 2. That's 11, 12, 13 damage.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
Right,
Oh.
smashing. So, This one's going to go up to the Dragonborn and is going to try and hit with a String Whip. And I'm guessing a 9 does not hit.
Didn't even notice it.
So basically just like Baby Groot, just like, meh. Nope. Nothing. Okay. Second one and the third one are going to go up to the bard. One of them is going to try with the String Whip.
Okay, they have disadvantage against me.
Okay. So that's a low roll of 9, so that's not
Nope.
going to work. Okay. The other one is going to try and hit you with a soul swap. So, let's see now. Carrying out targets a creature it can see within 15 feet. Unless that target is protected by protection from good and evil, it must succeed on a DC 12 charisma saving throw. So,
Okay.
would you mind
I
rolling
don't even
against the
charisma?
bard. I don't even need to roll. Even if I get that one, I still pass it.
Okay, fair enough then. So that
I've got
is
plus 13 to it.
okay. So that is a
18 if you're
failed.
next to me.
That is a failed attempt then.
So that would have been a 23.
Okay, fair enough then. So soul swap fails. So with that in mind, your turn.
Okay. With them trying to do that, he wouldn't be very happy. So he's gonna start playing, it sounds like, a more ferocious music. And as he's doing so, all you see is 4 bows, violin bows, spectrally appear above the violin. I'm casting Eldritch Blast on the fuckers.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go at least 2 against the one that's tried to soul swap me there.
Mhm.
So that is 19 plus 24, fucking massive.
Mhm.
So that's a D10 plus 6. So that is 14 force.
Okay.
Is he still up?
Yeah, he's still up.
Cool. Second attack against them. That's caught. That one is 16 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
That one is 11 force damage.
And how do you want to take down this puppet?
I'm aiming for directly in between his eyes.
Okay. As it hits, you completely split the wood that makes up his head. Splinters fly everywhere. The light from the creature's eyes just immediately goes out and it falls straight to the floor, and as it falls to the floor the wood splits even further, like from like crown to there to like further on down to like maybe the mouth, but it's down, it's dead.
Cool. After that happens, he's going to say, "That's what you get for picking on the small guy." And he's still got 2 more Eldritch Blast to go aimed at the other one.
Right, okay.
That one is 23 to hit. That is full damage, so that's 16 force.
Okay, how do I take down this other little guy?
Same thing again. He's aiming for fucking Deadeye shot. He's aiming for those fuckers.
Okay, this one just immediately like got cracks like one whole half of the head off, and when it hits the floor, just completely decapitated.
Okay. Is there any other ones left?
There's one left, and there's Peter.
Out of those 2, based on what he can see, who looks worse?
Peter definitely looks worse. Like, he is
Cool.
proper crying, he is inconsolable at this point, and he's pretty, like, you can see looking at him, he's splintered, like, parts of, like, the, like, his varnish have just, like, peeled away, and even some of the clothes that he's wearing look, like, disheveled and damaged now.
Cool. I'm gonna go for the other marionette then, not Peter.
Okay.
So 13 plus 14, so 27. And that is 6 plus 5, 11 force damage.
Okay, last one is down. Just again splinters and falls limp and lifeless onto the floor.
That's gonna be me.
Okay, so Dragonborn, you are up next.
Second level. On Peter. Zone of Truth. Wisdom
Okay.
saving throw.
Okay then. That is a
Actually, hold on
2.
a second. Yep. So anything within 15 feet. So I'm going to pop it straight on top of Peter, 15 feet. So while he's in that location, when he's
Probably all of
nothing to do
us.
just now, I've put down an effective aura in the area. And that's my turn. But I will say, part of my ending my turn, who are you?
Okay, so Peter's still
That's it.
like heavily crying, like, but he is trying to like.
I'm holding my arms out, blocking everybody else from attacking him.
So he is crying, but he is like trying to stop, like, that, you know how we were kids, when they're trying to stop themselves from crying, they start kind of hiccuping, gulping the air just a little bit. So I'm Peter.
So at the moment he doesn't have to do anything, but that was my question leading into Head's turn. When it comes around.
Okay, so next up, Kathmia.
Because I'm seeing all this going on, I'm like, so what's still around just now? Is it just Peter?
Yep, he's the only one left.
Okay. I'm tempted to disperse the fight with a gust of wind, but yup. Why are you a puppet who acts like a child?
What do you mean? I am a child.
Too early.
Animated object, I guess. Okay.
Yep.
I am actually going to cast Dispel Magic
So
on Peter.
Dispel magic, okay. Does not do anything.
Doesn't matter what level I cast it at.
Nope. I'll say he is, like, for lack of a better, like, word, an actual living puppet.
Okay,
Like,
because it says choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on a target ends. For each spell 4th level or higher, a target must make an ability check. I'm to make an ability check using my spellcasting ability. DC is 10 plus spells level. On a successful check, the spell ends.
he is not alive through a spell.
So Very sorry.
So there's no spell on him that I'm dispelling at all?
No.
Laura,
Yeah?
do apologise. Danger dice being dropped at your desk.
Oh, you've booby trapped my desk.
Sucks to be you.
Oh well. Try having people stopping you to ask you, what you talking about, Lona? It gets old. What the heck was that?
Over here, Faye.
Ah.
And if Faye stands next to me,
I wouldn't think
doesn't
me
attack.
that.
I end my turn.
Okay. So next up is Peter. He just kind of snivels and goes, I don't want to play anymore. He just kind of looks up at you. Like
His turn.
Yeah, it's Peter's
You
turn.
can make a charisma saving throw if you likes.
Okay. So that is a 12. Oh.
So
Thank you for the like.
During this effect, he will not be able to deliberately speak a lie, and I can tell if he succeeds or fails the saving throw. We don't have to, we don't have to mention.
Right.
The affected creature is aware of the spell and then casts avoid answering questions, which would normally respond with a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Such a creature can be evasive in its truths as long as it remains within the boundaries of truth.
Right. Okay.
So, my earlier question: who are you?
My name's Peter.
Oh. Is he still? Are we still initiative at this point, or?
You're still on initiative, but if you want to drop the fight, then that's fine, because he has like kind of looked up at all you and goes, I don't want to play anymore. Your game's too rough. Can I have my book?
In the sheath.
What book?
And he just kind of like points up like to the counter beside Nanny's rocking chair. That one. Nanny does the voices, but I like looking at the pictures too.
Peter, you know where you are.
Hmm?
You know where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Nursery.
Okay. Peter, when you look at your hands, what do you see?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fingers.
Indeed. Do you see the fingers of a boy or a puppet?
They're my fingers.
When's the last time you seen your dad?
Daddy's always busy. That's why Nanny takes care of me. I haven't seen Daddy in a long time. We don't get to
How long?
talk. We don't get to see him. Sometimes Nanny takes me to see Winston, but she says that Daddy's too busy to go see.
Let's go see Winston then.
Okay.
And looks towards the rest of you and basically gives you a visible. You agree?
I do have a question.
Mhm.
And I was meaning to ask it before the combat started when he saw the bigger puppet. With the memory that he saw of the painting with the boy, does the boy match the childlike puppet?
Yes, it does. You put two and two together from the attire and about the same age. That's Peter Everhyde.
He's gonna nod and follow.
He just can't. Peter gets up and he just kind of like reaches up for his book off of the counter.
Yeah, I can't reach that.
You're just too small, aren't you? And I'll take the book. I'll take the book and give it to Peter. Here you go, Peter.
Peter,
Thank
let's
you.
go ask Winston some questions. Can you lead the way?
Mhm. Winston does good voices too. And with that, he just leads you out of the nursery, and
I take him by the hand, but I do not let go of his hand. But I keep my other hand on the hilt of my sword.
okay. So he guides you down the hallway, and you see like this quite ornate door, and he kind of goes to push it, but he's like his little puppet arms are too weak, so he kind of gives up after trying to push it for a little bit and goes, Winston's in here. He has lots and lots of books.
Push the door open. Is it open?
Yeah, it opens. Inside, you see a massive library, just rows and rows of bookshelves. It's very well lit. It's actually quite warm in here. Puppet kind of takes a couple of steps inside, and when you come in, you can hear sort of a faint humming, just like. And Peter kind of perks up a little bit and goes, "Oh, Winston's down this way. Be nice though.
1 second.
Winston's a
The
lot."
area is lined with books. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I will do my book thing in a minute for you because your book is going to get
No,
wet
I
for
was-
this library.
No, it was
My
gonna be different.
people.
No, it was. I went to talk, thinking it was silent, and then because of a delay, we both talked at the same time, like 3 times in a row.
Sorry, what
But
did you want
no,
to say?
I was gonna say my character was going to get slightly excited, use a bonus action to hover and go over to the side of the walls and look at the books as going round.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. I'll come back to you in a minute. It's Peter just kind of starts going down towards where he can hear Winston humming, but he turns to all of you and goes, "Don't be mean to Winston like you were to me. Winston's really, really nice, and he's old. Really, really old. So,
How old?
oof, I don't know how old, but last time it was his birthday, he said that he didn't want candles on his cake. He said that there'd be more candle than cake. So he must be 15 years old."
Ooh.
And then just continues toddling down.
I know that
And
feeling.
So
And I look at the woman behind me.
interjecting back to Kazmia for a minute.
They're like, behind you?
Look at you. You look ancient.
This body might not be that old. I can't remember.
But going back to you, since you're hovering and taking a look at the books.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just hover and then fly, sort of float over to the edge, just looking around at all the books, just to see what sort of books there are here, if they're fiction, factual, of any good use.
Well, the section that you're in seems to be historical factual, so you can see a lot about previous monarchy, the changes of politics, history of faraway lands, so a lot of factual stuff. At this point, your book kind of perks up and goes, "Oh my word, these guys are so dry. They have no imagination. Where's the romance section in here? I fancy me a couple of like odd chapters of 50 Shades of Rouge."
Mhm.
Enough. I'm looking for information about this place, this manor.
And you think the best way to do that is just to blindly take a look
Faye?
through.
Faye, you also look. Everyhyde Manor. And this Faye that was going around is also still following.
She's in the cookery section taking a look at buns throughout the centuries. She seems to be quite fascinated by an apricot bun.
Oh, my lead. They're not so quite boy. Do we find wisdom?
I'll
Yeah.
follow them.
Okay, so you want to continue looking blindly through the books, or do you want to join the rest of the party?
I'll try to keep up with the group. But yeah, it's funny because you'll just see this Faye looking at the books as well, but it's like a more wild Faye, so it's kind of going, meh.
She's made her way over to 1001 Ways to Cook Lobster.
Probably enjoying that.
Okay, so the rest
That's a good read.
the rest of you kind of reach the heart of the library, where you can see a very, very large plush armchair and what would be considered in comparison to be a nice little sort of coffee table, but is fairly large given the context of like the chair. In the chair, you can see a rather old Loxodon. For those of you that aren't familiar with the species, they're essentially like elephant-like creatures, and he is reading a book, quite happily humming away to himself while stirring a cup of tea. He's wearing a monocle and just quite happily reading to himself, quite content. Oh, I do apologise, I didn't hear you come in. It's not very often that I have a visitor. Please,
A quiet person, but
please,
this
come on
boy.
in.
And he kind of says a little bit, looks down at him. Says you are somebody who we should speak to.
Oh dear. Look at you, Peter. Have they been playing rough with you? Will you read my book, Winston? Yes, of course. But why don't you sit down in my special chair and have a nice warm scone? They're the nice ones that you like, the ones without raisins. Okay, then you'll read to me? Of course. You promised to do the voices? When have I ever not done the voices? You go on. And he just kind of picks up the puppet and puts him in like this massive chair, like it's even bigger than Nana's rocking chair, and just sits him there with a scone that is quite literally bigger than his head, and just kind of goes, "You finish your scone, and I'll be back. Let me see
Maybe
these
we
nice
speak
people."
Candidly.
Yes, certainly.
Are you aware of what's going on?
Absolutely.
Can you explain the puppet?
Ah, yes, Peter. Such a shame, really.
What happened to his real body?
I'm not sure if you're familiar with certain types of magic, my good sir, but please let me introduce myself.
Over.
I was gonna yell your name. You at the right time.
Let me introduce myself. I am Professor Winston Mandrake II. I'm not sure how familiar you are with certain types of magic, good sir, but it seems that certain types of magic can be born simply of a child's imagination. Peter, as I'm sure you may have noticed from the book that he's been clutching, has always been rather fond of the story Pinocchio. Such an innocent tale. until, unfortunately, one of his toys decided to come to life and subsequently swap bodies with poor young Peter. It is a shame,
Intriguing.
really.
Hmm.
You mean
Unfortunately.
to say that Peter's body is still around somewhere?
Sadly, not anymore. You see, what inhabited Peter's body was not human, merely posed as human.
Obviously.
That was one of many tragedies that has befallen this poor family.
Where is his body now?
Oh, Master Peter was buried in a rather ornate cemetery, of course, not the one that you see outside of the manor walls, of course, but he was buried a long, long time ago. I actually fail to remember how long. It has been
Of whom was he
quite
guardian?
some time. Hmm? Oh,
I said.
you mean Lord and Lady Everhyde?
Yes, he's a child of Everhyde.
No, the guardian that was with this child.
I think she referred
Oh
to herself
dear.
as Granny.
Oh dear. You don't you Oh, you mean Nanny Grisabel?
Probably.
She attacked.
Oh dear,
Yes.
dear, dear, dear,
She
dear.
seemed to be, I don't know, I think, some sort of demon.
Oh no. Perish the thought. You see, while unconventional, there are certain needs that have to be addressed for a child such as Peter. We couldn't, of course, hire a conventional nanny. I mean, of course, staff that were already working in Everhyde were aware, but after it was discovered what had happened to poor Peter, naturally suspicion fell upon the original nanny. Witchcraft, Lord Everhyde thought it may have been. So naturally she had to be dismissed. But of course,
As
when
one does.
But of course, when all the pieces were put together, naturally a conventional nanny was frightened to look after poor Peter. Especially as I'm sure you may have noticed, he had quite an affinity for puppets before the accident happened. There were fears among the prospective candidates that they may befall the same fate as Peter. So, while unconventional, Nanny was hired to look after Peter. I appreciate that her appearance and the type of person that she is may be frightening, but of course, she just wanted to care for the children.
Oh, you need a new one.
I see. Well,
I sense her being a fiend.
I mean,
But
with the best of
this infernal
intentions.
creatures are not exactly suited, especially for dealing with a unique situation such as Peter.
Of course, I mean, Peter unfortunately is a victim of circumstance. He doesn't mean to frighten anybody, much less upset anybody. Nanny found
What of
quite an
our
affinity with him.
esteemed hosts?
Oh, Lord and Lady Everheim. Unfortunately, Peter's passing, or rather, transition, was only one of many unfortunate events that happened in this house. It may be best if I take you through these portraits. I was only able to salvage one, but it tells rather a grim story. It takes you all over to the wall that's across from his seat and pulls back the tarpaulin. You can see that it's another portrait of the Everhydes, but it seems to have been done when Peter was a baby. So He doesn't recognize himself when he looks up and looks at the portrait and just goes, I miss when Mummy used to smile. See, I'm not sure how much you know about Lord and Lady Everhyde. They are, of course, a well-known and prestigious family, but when asked, not many people are aware of who they were individually. Lord Everhyde was the youngest of his 3 siblings and studied medicine, anatomy, healing spells, was rather skilled in the practice. I mean, if you have a look through this library, there's quite an affinity of books about healing and preserving life in here.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Everhyde, however, was more on the musical and creative side. She used to have the most wonderful way with the piano keys. On a good day, you could hear her right through the manor. But when it came time for them to, of course, have children, an omen, for lack of a better word, appeared. I, for one, think that it's absolute poppycock, but unfortunately, being as high status as they are, they could hardly go out into the public with a tiefling as their firstborn daughter. Tieflings are, of course, a bad omen. Again, I, for one, feel that this is poppycock, but then again, I'm just an old man with too much to be contend with. I'm quite happy here among my books and with a tea and a scone. I don't bother with the frugalities of high society, but perhaps if that's their main focus, then the priorities must be inherently different.
And
So,
How do we get to Lord Everhyde?
for Lord Everhyde, you may need to go through some other obstacles first.
Fine, let's do it.
I imagine that you found Peter purely by accident. After all, he's but a
I
child.
think looks towards the other 2, the fling, with a bit of a disdain look, and the with gesture. I think they found when we arrived just behind.
We heard him giggling.
Of course. Well, he has always been a bit of a laughter-filled child. He used to get scolded something rotten at the dinner table for giggling away to himself.
How long has he been like this for?
I want to say about 10 years. Maybe longer. The poor
And-
child.
what is your function within this household?
Oh, I was I was actually a professor and teacher to the Everhyde children. They were all quite bright for their age. I mean, their eldest, Mallory, of course, naturally bound to the home. She invested herself a lot in books. She found quite the number of different skills and ways to explore the world around her through the pages. She really took to heart the ability to escape through literature.
Are any of these other children alive, or looks towards Peter?
Lucille, their second born daughter. I do feel for Lucille and Mallory. Mallory didn't ask to be treated the way that she was. Both of them still roam these halls to an extent, as does Lady Everhyde. They're not the same as what they used to be. Mallory
What
has
befell them?
always... Well, Lucille drowned. After what happened to Peter, we tried to encourage the children to be as carefree again as possible. The poor girl. I don't know what happened, if I'm being completely honest with you. Her handmaid left her in the bath for no longer than 3 minutes, and after that, she was gone. Mallory, I am not certain what befell her either. She simply vanished. The poor girl didn't get the love and encouragement that she deserved, but Lord Everhyde, he was consumed with wanting his 2 presentable children back. If I were you, I would focus on quelling the others first, particularly Lady Everhyde. Her lyrical voice has given way to screeching. In Lord Everhyde's experiments to try and heal, preserve and restore, he tried restoring his wife to her younger beauty, and something went very, very wrong.
So he wanted to change the old hag into a young green leaf.
No, my dear fellow, not the hag. Lady
No, I mean,
Lady Everhyde was more aging gracefully, as women tend to do, and of course there is nothing wrong with that. But Lord Everhyde theorized that if he could restore the natural aging process, then he was on the right track to restore young Peter. He may not have been
So he
able to
was
convert
somewhat
him.
of a
Mhm.
he may have been somewhat of a mad scientist.
Well, he had prided himself on his ability to heal and make everything better. I mean, when the children were first born, they would always gravitate to him if they skinned their knee or bumped into something. Their father could always make them feel better. Always make any cut or
Then
scrape go away. He wanted to be able to do that for his children again.
I say, and Selvin, how about you? Have you spent time in the wilds?
To Winston.
If you understand Selvin.
He looks over at you surprised and replies in Sylvan, "Oh, what a joy to speak to somebody in another language. I have only been able to read in such other languages for such a long, long time. That, unfortunately, I too have been bound to this place for many years as well." He lifts up his trouser leg and you notice a sort of shackle. It's not physical, but you can distinctly see it.
Why are you attached?
We all are to this house. Myself, the cook, the waitstaff, even our groundskeeper.
Under what penalty of crime?
Oh, no, not a crime, my good fellow. More secrecy.
You
I mean,
see this puff of white mist leave the nostrils of Dratras.
So,
after all, given that I would be educating the Everhyde's tiefling daughter, there was a contract that I had to agree to when I took up employment here. I would speak of
So,
my
1 second.
students to no one. I would not leave the manor grounds, and upon her 18th birthday, I would be allowed to go free.
And
As she
she's
did.
not 18 yet, Sven.
Well, given what's happened since then, it seems that my stay in the manor has been extended indefinitely. But I have had a good
Simple.
life. Exactly.
I
There
cast knock, and I unlock the shackle.
doesn't work. There are worse places to spend my retirement, young lady. After all, I have plenty of tea, plenty of scones, an endless
Should
supply of...
naturally be. If this is a magical lock, it should be suppressed for 10 minutes. What's going on here?
Lord Everhyde wasn't just experimental with the bodies and healing. And as I say, I'm quite content to be able to spend my retirement here. I'm an old Loxodon.
Everyone's probably going like, that was loud! Because you would hear it for 300 feet.
All he does is just like rub the side of his ear. Do not mourn for me, young lady. I assure you. This is probably a better retirement than what I would probably see outside of these walls. After all, you don't see many Loxodon. Before I took up residency here, there were many a journalist or researcher asking about my life story. My life, while long, has not been so interesting. They quickly lose interest when I tell them about my lifetime of academics, but does not deter another replacing them.
See, while that's going on, what does the kid look to be doing?
He's
Just
still
sitting there?
he's still nibbling away at his scone. He's kind of like like picking at it a little bit, but mostly just kind of like sitting quite happily now that he realizes that you're not gonna hurt Winston like you hurt Nanny. He's just waiting patiently for Winston to be done talking so that he can read his book.
He was probably caught off guard by the loud bang of knock.
That was loud. Winston, did that hurt? Did what hurt? Of course not, dear boy. Please, continue eating your snack.
While he's eating, I'm going to cast Healing Word on the kid at level 2, so he gets some hit points back.
Okay.
Uh, 12 HP.
Okay, so looks a little bit polished up again, but of course he'll need a new change of clothes. But seems quite contented. Just happily waiting.
Look towards the halfling. Bard.
Yes.
Comes over to you, goes onto one knee and leans down to actually get to you a little. Have anything that may first.
I have one thing I could
Okay.
do.
Maybe when we deal with this,
I was planning on it.
he stands up again and turns and walks away from you. He eyes up. Give me a. And looks towards Peter. And gives you a do not. In fact, he gives you a blatant stare of. Don't get any ideas. That's with 31 to intimidation.
Ideas to do what?
He looks towards Peter and looks towards you.
What do I roll?
Insight if you wish.
Okay. 10. That was a natural one.
If you feel awfully intimidated. That was only 14 for me. I can achieve 37.
You mean don't attack it? Why would I?
Don't burn it. We have
Didn't burn any children.
words. We have no problem. It just walks past you.
If I
So,
were...
what other challenges do we have?
Well, if I may be so bold as to suggest, I'm not sure what happened to Mallory. As I said, I have not personally seen her, and I'm not sure how long. So, if I were you, I would focus on expunging the rest of the souls trapped within this house. I would strongly recommend going after each of them individually, one by one. While Peter is, of course, nothing more than a child and very docile, I'm not sure how open to negotiation Lady Everhyde would be. Lord Everhyde, though, he's not been a well man. Not for a long while. And of course, this is only my suggestion. I mean, Persia thought that I should plot against my employer, for lack of a better word, but I'm merely thinking what is best for everybody involved.
Of course.
But if I can offer one more piece of advice, Lucille, while she drowned, she is still among us. She has a habit of flooding the floors. You may notice
thing.
I've had to move the books up from the two bottom shelves. This carpet has seen rather a lot of abuse. And you notice that
So
the
wherever we
two...
find water, we'll find Lucille.
Yes.
Oh, actually, that's a good idea. Faye, you should pick up the books you left on the floor.
Oh, I do apologise. I didn't see that. Actually wandering around. Yes, we have a general rule in this establishment. We do not leave things on the floor lest they get water damaged.
Oh, she doesn't speak common. She speaks Sylvan, though.
Winston repeats in Sylvan. He repeats in Sylvan. Please do not leave the books on the two bottom shelves or on the floor. One of our residents tends to flood the hallways, and some of our books have become damaged in the past because of that. In particular,
Okay.
if you could return butters from different nations back to the shelf that it belongs to, that one is rather rare. He says this all in Sylvan. You are, of course, more than welcome to return back here should you need any advice or anywhere simply to rest. While Lucille and, of course, young Peter are aware that I reside in here, nobody tends to bother me in this library. After all, I'm just an old Oxidon that just likes tea and scones. And of course, reads stories in funny voices, isn't that right, Master Peter? And he just kind of bounces on his chair going, yeah, yeah. May I help you all in any other ways before I entertain the young lad?
No, look after him, and we may return.
Certainly. Right, Peter, if you would mind hopping up onto the arm of my chair. He just scrambles up and then lets Winston sit down before he then sits in his lap. Goes ahead and opens up the book. And then starts to read to him. Once upon a time.
I'm going to say, before we end up leaving, I'm going to say across to Peter, next time we'll be back, I might have a present for you.
Is it gonna be a nice present, or...?
It'll be a nice present, don't worry.
Okay then. They were mean to me earlier, but now they're friendly. People change,
Rooks.
Winston.
We'll explain why, little one.
And remember, little one, I was the one playing the music. I didn't start the fight.
True. You do play pretty music.
He looked down at you. And gave you a flex to the bicep to you. with imposing divine.
I'm not even looking up, so I don't even see
You
it.
can feel the weight of my holiness on you right now.
Yeah, so Peter and Winston both kind of wave you off and then go to read the book together. Would you like to do anything else in the library before you head off?
I don't have detect magic. Never mind. For me now. Oh, I might just have a quick look around to see if I see any potential rare books to do with music.
Yeah, certainly. So do you want to
What
roll
would
an
you want?
investigation check?
I can certainly try. It's one of my shit stats. That's actually a good roll for me. That is a 17.
Okay, so as you read through the books on the shelves, you come across Real Estate Legislation, Volume 2.
That's ironic.
That's an intentional Easter egg. You come across something that seems to be a little bit on the waterlogged side, but is your basic, like how to play the violin, so your scales and your arpeggios. And one you come across is rather thin, and it seems to be hand sewn, the binding, so not as clear cut and professional as the others. As you take it out, you see in rather cursive writing, Everhyde. And when you open it, it's sheet music, but it's clearly done by somebody that's writing for themselves, they're composing for themselves.
Can I try and pocket that
Yep, you can.
without the Luxodon noticing?
He's engrossed in entertaining Peter.
Cool. I'll roll a sleight of hand just to make sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was a 19 on the die. 19. 24.
And the blue fairy said to Pinocchio, "You must always tell the truth. Otherwise your nose will grow and people won't trust you if you lie to them." So yeah, he does not notice. He's too busy making sure that he gets the voices of all the characters right to cheer up Peter.
And I didn't notice it either.
Oh yeah, I hadn't actually specified what form of a fae was meant to be. It did say in the spell I was meant to specify, so
Oh,
it is a kappa, because it is a small fae that is chaotic neutral, and it doesn't get the normal kappa spells, it just gets the things that my spell gave it. It's
Okay.
not a normal kappa.
um,
So it's
That's
just
a
flavor.
shame. You didn't have a pixie to get spells. You get
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, the spells in this thing.
yeah.
That's another. That's a homebrew.
Yeah, so it's child-sized apparently, but it resembles a turtle. It's a humanoid.
okay.
It's small. Small.
Yeah.
It's the
I
same
said
size as
child-sized.
me.
No,
Nah,
it's
just
probably
look at
bigger.
the-
It's probably taller than you.
Fuck off. It's the same size.
Jack's taller than you.
I don't care.
You mean you wanted to have
Don't be
a
sizist.
fire?
That's a bit more about major image, counter spell.
Huh? Oh yeah. Major image, dispel magic, counter spell, invisibility, detect thought, suggestion, philosophy, charm person, detect magic, expeditious retreat, light, friends, prestidigitation, minor illusion, dancing lights, all that sort of things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so anything else that anybody wants to do in the library?
Nope. Not for me.
I want to have a look at the history of Everhyde Manor. I want to see if I
Okay.
can find a book on it.
Roll an investigation
So,
check.
but I'm going to ask my book to help me look. And investigation.
Come on, roll higher than me.
29.
Right. Okay. So, with your book, just kind of hovers and looks through the shelves with you and goes, so dry, so boring, so much Hemingworth. So, just going through, and you, in your investigations, you find a history of childhood adoption through the ages. You find a history of sovereignty through the ages. And you also do manage to find a small book in regards to the construction of Everhyde Manor. So, notes from the architect that worked on the manor, influences that he drew upon, concept sketches, and ideas that may or may not have made it into the manor. There is also a family album. Not necessarily an album as in like photographs, but more sort of watercolor paintings and illustrations, and almost like a diary of sorts. It's not clear who the author is, but there seems to be accounts of like the early days of Lady and Lord Everhyde's marriage and courtship, well wishes from people that attended their wedding, and there seems to be a chunk of time where nothing was documented until the birth of Lucille, and then it kind of picks up as though it's like almost like a family album, but only Peter and Lucille are ever sort of depicted in some of the watercolors or noted in some of the little captions that accompany them.
Okay. So it's obvious that they felt shame.
Well, having a tiefling daughter in this society is not.
I know. It has wiped many families off of invite lists.
Yep. Like, talking as the book, like, yeah, it'll cause nothing but absolute scandal. I know that it's harsh, but ultimately, what else are they going to do? I mean, admitting that like their daughter's a tiefling is social suicide.
Really is. If I knew, I probably wouldn't have come today.
Exactly. Hey, do you remember what happened to your great aunt Mildred?
Oh, what one?
You know, the one that went off with the tiefling stable boy. They had
I
a
don't speak of her.
exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, they had a romance that could rival Julienne and Roberto, but like, didn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people fall for people from immortal planes.
Elf girl, you coming?
I was reading.
Just sneak me of like a little bit of that Robert Louis Livingston. Yeah. Come on, he's a hunk of a hardback.
Do we walk past any plinths with like ancient books on it or anything? Because that could be funny. Just
There are a couple of books that are kind of presented forward facing, but they don't stand out as something out of the ordinary, just more like special like your books because maybe they're rare or because they've been signed by the author. Nothing that's of importance for you guys at this moment.
I guess first editions are like posh books.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've found a first edition of Dr. Freckle and Mr. Tide, but other than that, they're all titles that either have been well read since their initial release or are rather niche, like the study of constellations and moon phases.
They better book. Come on. And I walk along with the book.
Alright, fine then. I'll be back for you soon, you leather-bound stud. Just floats sort of behind you.
I realise my awakened book isn't actually normally meant to talk. Can I just make this into a cool familiar?
Yeah. I mean, I've been going for it for a wee while now with the
Yep.
talking book. I'm not giving
I
up
said I
this
couldn't
part.
think of a familiar, so yeah, it's a familiar now.
Yep. I'm happy with that. Okay, so you two okay with leaving the library now, or? Okay.
Yep.
So, as you walk through leave the library, you notice that there's a couple of drips, puddles on the floor. And when you look, they seem to lead off in two different directions. One back to the dining room, the other further on down the hallway. And we're going to call it there. So I did promise that it wouldn't go as long as our usual sessions, just purely because there's only so much brain power that I can get through. So I know full well that if I'm playing myself, I just kind of start turning off, like I get tired. So I think just to make sure that I'm giving you guys my best, I'm just going to call it a little bit early. So those of you watching along, thank you very much for joining us for my first forte as DM. So thank you for the little round of applause there. I really appreciate that you guys are giving me this opportunity just to again do something different. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream, but firstly I think a raid is in order. So
Before you do, we'll be back here for this campaign in 3 weeks' time. Specifically, we will be back here for this very campaign on the 21st of November with the second episode of the session. We'll be back for 2 more episodes for next week and the week after for our normal main campaign. And we've got another third episode planned on the 12th of December as well. So we've still got time to explore this short story. We do have two sessions coming up at the end of each month for November and December, where we will not be running any D&D. 28th, we won't have enough people available to actually do D&D, so some people will be on holiday, and we'll be taking Boxing Day off for the first time. But we'll make up for the loss of the Boxing Day session by, since what none of us expected, probably working on the 2nd of January. I think we'll do something big that day.
So we'll wait and see what comes along, but yeah, you've also got your IGP racing on Saturday, don't you?
Yep, start to slowly gather some points, but it's a long season. We've got 20 races to go. See what
Yep.
happens there.
So, yep, join us again next week for our usual slice of minor illusion, fun and madness. We will return to Everhyde Manor to find out what the party do. Do they follow Lucille, or do they go exploring other parts of the manor? Thank you so much again for joining us this evening, and we will see you all again another time. So good night, everyone. Please stick
Good
around
night.
for
Right.
please stick
Good
around for
night.
the raid, but catch up with you later. Bye.
Bye all.
I'll